Everybody put your hands in the air and say, holy shit. Almost choked on that one. Welcome in, everybody. I am Commander Krim. Glad to have you here on this Thursday evening. We're going to do something a little bit different to start the stream off with, and then we're going to continue some tactics. I was curious about something today. I say curious about it today. I've actually been curious about it for a while, but I never remembered to take time to actually look it up. And I found a tier list making site, a place called Tier Maker. Conveniently enough, right? And they have lots of different tier lists and like a majillion different categories. And there was one that I found that is quite interesting, and I want to give my opinion on it. We're going to make a tier list, a 5-tier list of the strikes in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, leading up to the Witch Queen. This particular tier maker list does not have the strikes for Lightfall and beyond, or I just say Lightfall, that's all there is right now. And these are specifically the strikes of Destiny 1 and 2 up to Lightfall, or rather up to Witch Queen. Not the battlegrounds that have been added to the strike playlist. These are literally just the strikes of Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 up to Witch Queen. So let me get it pulled up here and we'll take a look at it. That is not what I was looking for. That's the game we will get to in a second. Let's see. There we go. Excuse me. But yeah. I want to rank the strikes. You see them all down here at the bottom. Oh, you can't see the mouse. Let me fix that real quick. 1 second. Show mouse cursor. There we go. Now you guys can see it. Okay. That's the wrong one. Now I can't see it because I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. Now you guys can see the mouse. Okay. Yeah. We're going to rank the, again, all the strikes in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 leading up to Witch Queen. We're just going to go in the order they appear here in this list, so they're semi-alphabetical. So we start with Arms Dealer. Arms Dealer is a Destiny 2 strike. It has been there since the vanilla. The boss is... actually, they've changed the Arms Dealer since... Lightfall's release, but it's basically the same thing. They just kind of rearrange the path that you take to get to the boss, whose name is Brackethzon, by the way. I should talk about what the tier lists, the tier ranks are. It's sort of like basically S tier to F tier, pretty straightforward. You got the platinum tier up here, which is can't get enough. This is pretty much, these are like what I say every time I see a strike load in whenever I'm playing Destiny. And this is the platinum tier up here is can't get enough. Every time I play this strike, I enjoy it every time. Love it is gold tier. Obviously, I really enjoy it, but it's not. Wouldn't say I can't get enough of it. All right is like right in the middle. It's silver tier. Then we got bronze tier, which is like meh. All right, fine. I'll play it because it's here. And then we've got the red tier, the burn it in hell tier. Why this one? Why this one? And these are the ones that I either can't stand playing because the strike I just think sucks in general, or I have played it so much that I am sick of seeing it. You're probably going to see quite a few Nessus strikes in this category, I'm going to bet. Because for some reason, especially like the last few times I played Destiny and did a lot of strike grinding, it was like we never left Nessus most of the time. A lot of times we did the same strike over and over again, but it just seems like we never left Nessus ever. So we're going to start from the beginning. At the Arms Dealer, this is Brackethzon. This is all, again, based on up to Witch Queen. So we're not going to see the strikes here that were changed for Lightfall. And also the strike changes that were made in Destiny 1 after what they call basically year 2 and year 3 aren't going to appear here. So I'm going to kind of take that all as to one strike. So even though there are a couple of differences in the arms dealer strike, for instance, I'm still going to rate them both as one strike. As far as arms dealers go, I would say arms dealer is. I would put arms dealer under love it. I do love the arms dealer strike. I think it's a fun strike to do. Um, since they changed it after the Lightfall expansion, I think they've really upped the number of enemies in that game or in that strike, which is really fun. Um, the boss is actually a little bit more challenging, which is kind of an up and kind of a down. One reason I really loved Arms Dealer before was the fact that you could basically one not basically you could one phase Brachiosaurus. You could one phase that boss. If everybody loaded up on heavy weapons and had their supers charged, once you reach the boss arena, you could just unload and he would be dead. And those kind of strikes really were fun to me because the bosses are supposed to be extremely hard, right? They're the boss of a strike. Huge health bars, basically bullet sponges. So being able to one shot them or one phase them, it's just really fun to me. The strikes where the bosses have a forced invulnerability phase because they've got to go do a certain thing or whatever to progress the story or the plot of the strike, I kind of have an issue with. And unfortunately, since Lightfall, the arms dealer does kind of fall under that. I have yet to be able to one phase Brachiosaurus since the Lightfall changes. Part of that is also because of the additions that they made to the boss arena in Arms Dealer. They've added Scorpius turrets to appear, and like a good number of them that appeared at the beginning of the fight, and then in between phases in between the invulnerability phases. So it's actually become quite challenging, which is an upside and downside. Again, I enjoy being able to one shot or one phase a boss, but the challenge of Arms Dealer got difficult because of the Scorpius turrets, which are very annoying. So that's probably why I would, if they didn't have the Scorpius turrets, you could still one phase Brachiosaurus. I might actually put Arms Dealer under the platinum tier, the can't get enough tier. But because you can't, I'm going to have to put it under the gold tier, the love it tier. Next is Blighted Chalice. This is a Destiny 1 strike. Blighted Chalice is is on the moon in a room called the Shrine of Oryx. You can actually visit the Shrine of Oryx in Destiny 2, but the strike itself doesn't exist in Destiny 2. The boss of that strike was named Malik. Or actually, I think he pronounced it Malak. He was basically a giant knight that was subservient to the Taken King, Oryx. Actually, I don't think he was subservient. I think he was actually trying to like challenge him for the throne of. Sorry, something was crawling on my wall. It was just an illusion. He was trying to challenge Oryx for the rule of the Hive and the Taken. He was trying to basically take the throne as Taken King. He was like one of the two that was trying to take the reins or take over the rule of Oryx after the Guardians defeated Oryx in the Taken King campaign. Blighted Chalice, I don't have a lot of experience with. I did play it a few times, but I don't have a lot of experience with it. It's not really too drastically different from another strike that is also, or really, it's not really a strike that you do in that area. Is it a strike? I'm trying to remember now. Is it actually a strike or is it just a mission? Regardless, the Shrine of Oryx is a mission in Destiny 1. And as far as how the battle goes, it's not really too different from the original like base battle version. except that you have more taken, and he puts up these like he puts up blights that block you from being able to do some of your abilities, being able to jump, being able to run, and so forth, which is kind of annoying. I would say the blighted chalice strike is like right in the middle. I think it's right in the middle. I think it's a decent strike. I would say, oh, all right, we'll do this one. All right, that's how I feel about that one. Broodhold. Broodhold, unfortunately, is a vaulted strike from the where was it? It was located on. I want to say it was located in the Tangled Shore. Pretty sure it was located on the Tangled Shore, which is again also a vaulted area, and it was a uh, what they called a brood. I think they called it a brood mother, a brood queen, a apparently a very rare hive, and it was a rather fun strike. Um, the way to get into the broodhold strike was, as far as like how to get to the toward the boss room, was challenging and interesting. If I, I'm trying to remember if I'm making sure I don't get the strikes confused. But the thing about the broodhold strike is you basically fought two bosses. Um, when you finally reached the brood queen herself, you would defeat her, or like you would deal enough damage to her, and then she unfortunately did go into an invincibility phase. But during this invincibility phase, she was just changing from her normal appearance to a sort of void infused dark form, if you will, that use a lot of void attacks and so on and so forth. The base form of the boss would shoot out like this burst of actually I think it was called Nova Burst. Shoot out this like solar burst that could, if it didn't kill you, if you had good enough resilience, you would barely survive it. And then the dark form of her, the shade form I think is what they called it, would use void attacks and would like cause a void flame pit to appear below you. And if you stood in that pit when it went from pit to spike pit, it would probably kill you as well, even if you had a good resilience stat. Um, so I would say Broodhold was actually a pretty fun strike. It's unfortunately been a very long time since I've played it because again it's a vaulted strike from the Tangled Shore. Um, I would probably hmm. I wouldn't say I love it. I think I'm going to put it like right in the middle. Also, I'm going to give it the silver tier. I think it was a good one, but it wasn't like super awesome. But it wasn't anything I despised. It was a fun one because it was because it was the hive, and the hive has have a tendency to send a lot of numbers. You had pretty high kill counts in the Broodhold strike. So those are strikes I really enjoy as well that have really high kill counts. Cerberus Vey 3. This was a Destiny 1 strike on Mars that I truly enjoyed. Even though it was quite challenging at the start, and even when you got like properly leveled up and properly geared up and stuff, this strike could still be kind of difficult. Um, there was a couple of different versions of this. Again, kind of like a an upgraded version in the year 2 and 3. Um, the boss was named Valis Ta'arik, I'm pretty sure. It's a Cabal strike, by the way. Um, in case I didn't say it before, the Arm Stealer is a Cabal strike. Blighted Chalice is a Taken slash Hive strike, mostly Taken, and then Broodhold is a Hive strike. Cerberus Vey is a Cabal strike. Um, and the thing about Cerberus Vey is the boss fight itself. There was a lot of hiding places in a large cargo bay, and the thing about the boss fight was he would go back and forth across the room. There were a few times there were like a couple of tall platforms on each side of the room that he would occasionally walk up, but he wouldn't do it very often because he was a huge dude and he really couldn't he literally couldn't walk up there because it would just block him. He wasn't able to fit. So he pretty much just like walked right in the middle, back and forth. But he had a very devastating minigun attack, and he had a very devastating rocket launcher attack, lock-on rocket launcher attack that came from his backpack. He was really just a really powerful colossus in every way. There wasn't anything special about him, honestly, as far as like his appearance overall. It wasn't any special character. Unlike, say, in the Blighted Chalice, Malak was a, uh, a powerful taken knight, and in Broodhold, the Brood Queen, which was that's the only time we've ever actually even seen or heard of a Brood Queen, is in that strike. In fact, even during the strike, Ghost says uh, information about the Brood Queen is extremely limited. Uh, Even information from the Hellmouth on the moon didn't have much information on them. So they're apparently just in as far as lore goes, a very rare enemy. Cerberus Vey and Valis Ta'arik, on the other hand, Valis Ta'arik was basically just a very strong colossus. Um, but I would think it's a pretty fun strike. It didn't have a huge amount of numbers for enemies, but there was this kind of like unique room where you had some high ground and low ground against some colossi and stuff. It was like the first major room you had to fight through, and then when you had to deal with the taken version of that room, um, that actually got really challenging. And I believe this is the same strike because after you do that, you go down. I'm just trying to remember the strike in my head. Uh, I'm pretty sure during this strike, you also deal with a Goliath tank. There's this large canyon that you go into that is also partially a Cabal base with like a Cabal watchtower in the middle of it, and there's a lower level of this canyon where a uh, Goliath tank will blast your ass, and it's very, very difficult. In the Taken version of that strike, you fight a giant Taken Minotaur, which, if for those of you who know, Taken Minotaurs can become invisible. So just imagine like a mini boss, if you will, that becomes invisible. That's actually pretty damn tough. So I think I would say Cerberus Vey would probably fall under the Love It category, under the Love It tier. I do really enjoy that strike. I really did. Now we're to the Corrupted, and I can already tell you where this one's going to go. Right there, right there. And anybody who has played alongside with me and knows me and knows this strike would agree this is in the right place. If anything, if I were to make a lower tier that was just like even worse, I would put it there. The Corrupted strike is a bad strike, period. Yes, the number of enemies you kill is usually pretty high, and it's mostly fun for, I would say, I would just say it's mostly fun. It's mostly fun. But there is a huge downside that is on a technical level that is extremely aggravating, and that is the blights. Or not the blights. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. I'm looking at something else in my mind. Said the wrong word. The portals into the Ascendant Realm. During that strike, during the Corrupted strike, you go into the what is it called? Not the Tangled Shore, the Dreaming City. Dreaming City. And in the Dreaming City, there's this huge tower, and you go into the tower. You go through some like areas that are torn between the real world or our world, what do you want to call it, the terrestrial world, and the Ascendant Realm, which is a realm that is like sort of like Hive's version of it's a hive supremacy realm, or like taken supremacy realm. Like they're like sort of like the realm that if you're a taken, that's where your consciousness, I guess, goes. In short, it's like it's a realm of taken is what it really is. That's the really simplest way I could define it. And the problem with the ascendant realm is everything becomes monochrome with like a bit of a blue tint and very hard to see. It's a very difficult it's very difficult to play this strike because it's very difficult to see in this strike. And frankly, that's just extremely annoying. It's extremely annoying because I mean, there's just no way to describe it. It's just really annoying. The boss fight against what is her name? It's a Techian. Sadia is her name. That's her name. Her name is Sadia. She is a Techian, aka a tech queen that works for Marasov, and she was obviously captured by the Taken, and now you've got to like free her from that Taken control. And because of that, she has corrupted, literally, the Dreaming City's tower and caused it to have tears in reality and the Ascendant realm. And so when you get to the first phase of fighting Sadia, you have to. She starts invincible. You have to break her invincibility shield. Not really a terrible thing. So, I can deal with that. I can deal with, like, you have to make her vulnerable to your weapon attack, your attacks, and I'm relatively okay with that. I like that more actually than an enemy or a boss becoming invincible at a certain point just to prolong the boss fight itself. BIMO. BIMO.
Oh my god.
BIMO, and BMO is her name.
Krim.
Hey BMO, welcome in. Good to see you. We're talking about the. I sent you a DM about it. We are on the. We're doing a tier list of all of the strikes. And do you like my dance? Of all of the strikes in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 up to Witch Queen. So the strike in Lightfall on Neptune is unfortunately not in this list because this is an older, obviously, list. But we'll be doing all of them. Now, obviously, some of these strikes you're not going to know because they're from Destiny 1 or they have been vaulted in Destiny 2 and you never got to see them. So we're just kind of taking a look at the ones that I've already got up here. Arms Dealer, you know which one that one is. You remember that one because we've done it before. Cerberus Ve 3 is a Cabal strike on Mars in Destiny 1. Blighted Chalice is also a Destiny 1 strike. Broodhold, you remember Broodhold, BMO, because it was a strike that, for some reason, anybody that teamed with me got bugged out on for quite a while. There was the pit that you could go into that you had to kill a knight and take a worm and then stick it in this hole, right? Giggity. And this hole was like a little nest, and it would explode. Once you did that 3 times, the boss would appear briefly and then dive into a hole, right? Well, when you went into that hole after them, for some reason when you teamed with me, I could go in the hole, giggity, but my teammates kept getting stuck up there for some reason. They could not jump into the hole. It was like they were hitting a solid surface, and they could never catch up to me until I reached the boss room where the game forced them to pull forward. That was the Broodhold strike. And then on the bottom of the tier list, which is the one I was just talking about, the Corrupted. BMO, you will agree, every time you play this strike, this is what you say. Why this one? Because that's what I say too. You don't need to get the one. Yes, you do. We would have a blast with it. We'd have a blast with it. Granted, because it's an older game that hasn't been updated since Destiny 2 released, it's going to be a little bit harder to... not harder, that's not the right word. It's going to feel different than Destiny 2. It's just going to feel different. Not harder, not bad, not messed up or nothing. It works fine. It's plenty good. But Destiny 1 is just going to feel different because they've really improved on the aiming system and everything in Destiny 2, and it's just a generally different game. And we just blow up the Corrupted Strike. Yeah. If there was, I guess you could say for this tier here, for the red tier, I would say these are strikes that if they did get vaulted, I would not miss them. That's definitely a good way to describe it. But as I was saying about the Corrupted Strike, the Ascendant Realm parts of the strike, after you break her shield and do enough damage to her, she goes into an invincibility phase and vanishes, and you have to chase after her, which is a common theme throughout the strikes. Well, you have to go into the Ascendant Realm to find the last room that she's in and face her in the final phase. And the whole thing about the Ascendant Realm in general is annoying, but then having it as part of the final step of the fight is even more annoying. It's just really, really aggravating. Mostly because of the colors. If it wasn't if it didn't become like this blue tinted monochrome, it might be a little more tolerable. But in general, the Corrupted Strike just isn't really great, especially the boss fight. Most of the strike is fine. The boss fight is definitely not. Now, we're to a strike that is in both Destiny 1 and was semi-recently released in Destiny 2. This is the Devil's Lair. This is the actual first strike Destiny ever had. Now, when I say first that you ever had, when Destiny 1 first released, the strikes that are in the game, in the vanilla, were all there. It wasn't like raids that was released after day one. That didn't happen. All the strikes were there. But more likely than not, Devil's Lair is the first strike you would do because it is the lowest level and the first one you come across as far as the strikes that you can do throughout the game if you go in like level order and the world order as they appear. I don't think there is one time I have ever disliked this strike. Every time I go into this strike, I enjoy it, whether it was Destiny 1 or especially now in Destiny 2 when they have cranked the enemy numbers up to 11, and it is incredibly high numbers of enemies, which means high numbers of kills. If you don't get 100 kills in the Devil's Lair strike, you weren't trying. You weren't trying. Excuse me. Now in Destiny 1, when Year 2 and Year 3 came along and they added the different types of strikes to the same one, so like Devil's Lair had like 3 different iterations. There was the original Devil's Lair, then there was one where I think you dealt with where you dealt with the Taken. It's like there was a Taken enemies instead. I mean, Sepix Prime was still Sepix Prime. He was still a fallen servitor, but the enemies you fought were Taken. And then there was the fallen Devil Splicers that changed Sepix Prime into Sepix Perfected. So you basically had 3 strikes available to you in that one strike alone. And there was enough differences that it felt like they were 3 completely different strikes, honestly. And that's why I think the Destiny 1 strikes are so great. And I was really glad they brought it to Destiny 2. So without a doubt, Devil's Lair, can't get enough of that. I cannot get enough of that strike. Absolutely platinum tier strike. Beginning to end, nothing but fun. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dust Palace. This is also a Destiny 1 strike. This is a unique Cabal strike. This was placed on Mars. This was a PlayStation exclusive strike. And when I first played Destiny, I unfortunately was playing on the Xbox, so I did not get the Dust Palace strike until much later in the lifespan of Destiny 1. But what the Dust Palace is, you fight what is known as the Scion Flares. And what they are, it is a set of 3... excuse me, I'm so sorry about that. It is a set of 3 separate bosses in a single strike. Obviously, since they're called Scion Flayers, they're Scions, and they each have a different element. They have Arc, Void, and Solar. Each one do a different type of attack. Um, and there is a chance that if you're a hunter, you can get their what basically equals their cloak. Uh, each of the Scions have like a special like cape or cloak on them that is colored in the element that they use. So obviously the solar one has like an orangish red cloak, the arc has like a whitish blue cloak, and the void has a purplish blue cloak. And there's a rare drop if you are a hunter that you can get that the cloak of one of those 3 scions. It is, like I said, it's a very, very rare drop. I think I've only seen it as many times as I did the Dust Palace Strike. I think I've only got it maybe less than half a dozen times. It's a very, very rare drop. But as far as in general, as far as the strike goes, I think it's a pretty good one. I think it would go under the love it category, love it tier. I think it's a great strike, especially by the fact that you do have to deal with 3 separate bosses, and they have not only do they attack with their specific elements, they have recharging shields of their element. So you have to make sure that you're using and your at least your fire team is using a wide array rather of elements when you're fighting. Otherwise, you're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage when you try to take on the other bosses that are not in the elements that you have. So it requires a little bit of strategy in the case of that strike. Echo Chamber. This is also a PlayStation exclusive strike that I didn't get to play until nearly the end of Destiny 1's lifespan, when I finally got a PlayStation because I wanted to play Destiny 2 on PlayStation. I don't, unfortunately, remember a lot about this strike because I didn't do it very often. It was a strike that was on Venus, and it is a Vex strike. And the boss was a very powerful, not Hydra, the other one, the fidget spinners, Harpy. It was a very powerful Harpy. And what was unique about the Harpy boss of this of the Echo Chamber, as you probably can tell by this image, if you can see it, is this like giant cylinder here with all kinds of like Vex boxes around it and stuff that was kind of rotating around. Well, there was a gap in this like cylinder where he would fire a like consistent beam of energy at you, and usually the best way to survive it is either run like hell to get by it, or has somebody with a sword and put it in defense mode and guard mode and stand between the person carrying a relic and the boss, because the person had to take the boss was invincible and had to take a relic from one point over to an objective and place the relic so the boss would become vulnerable to damage. Well, that whole trip, the relic carrier is vulnerable to being attacked and can't defend himself from either the adds or the boss shooting a beam at him. So if you had somebody in front of him with a shield or with a sword guarding, you could actually absorb all that damage as you walk over to the relic. So it was a very unique. It was almost raid type mechanics for this strike, and I think that's very, very unique. So what I do remember of that strike, I would definitely say it goes into the gold category. Absolutely, the gold tier. Echo Chamber is a very, very good strike because it isn't just go from point A to point B to point C. All right, you're in the boss room, kill the boss, done. You actually had to do a little bit of, like I said, some pseudo raid mechanics to beat him. Now, to a Destiny 2 strike, Exodus Crash. This is an okay strike. It's okay. Nothing really incredible about it. You have a point where you have to stand in this circle where you're on like a metal platform, and if some exploding shanks that are like electrified get on that platform, you take gradual shock damage. not really a great. It's not even really a mini boss room because it's more like just a hold your position room while Ghost does his thing. It's not a fantastic point, but it's okay. And then you go through the rest of the strike. You go through a public area where you gotta like touch some giant arcs, some giant like blue pillars. Then you have to fight a giant Vex, Minotaur, and a spider tank, which oddly enough they don't fight each other, even though they're enemies. Go figure. And then you go through this dark room and reach the boss, and then the boss is rather unremarkable. He's really unremarkable. There's nothing really special about him. If you have strong enough abilities and everybody's loaded up on their heavy weapons and supers, you probably could one phase the boss, or at least cut him down by quite a lot. So the boss is rather unremarkable. The fact that he is one phased is a plus side, like I said before. But just in general, there's nothing really great about this strike. So I'm going to have to put Exodus Crash under the meh category. It's one like when I see it, I'm like, okay, this one. Yeah, sure, let's do it. This is unfortunately also goes into the Nessus category, which is known as the planet of, oh my god, we're here again. So, like, for some reason, Nessus seems to have everything, and unfortunately, Exodus Crash falls in that category. Next is a Destiny 1 strike that was also ported over to Destiny 2 with a few adjustments, and that's Fallen Saber. Fallen Saber is a fallen strike, obviously, and the boss is a giant shank. In Destiny 2, Destiny 1, you can't really one-shot Fallen Saber, but you can deal a really good amount of damage to him, and I don't recall him having invincibility frames. He was difficult, though, as when he went into his, like, final form, which is this, like, leaning forward giant chair that's just shooting out electric sparks. He moves incredibly fast, and he can deal a lot of damage. In Destiny 2, he does it as well, but in my experience, he just doesn't seem to deal as much damage when he's in his like bursting arc form as he did in Destiny 1. I'm not sure if there's a reason for that other than just maybe you're just generally stronger, just generally in Destiny 2, but it was really easy to get killed by this arc form in D1. But Fallen Saber was a really good strike, and in Destiny 2, they really upped the enemy numbers. So I would say Fallen Saber. Yeah, I think I'd put Fallen Saber under the love it category. I don't think it's not a platinum tier, can't get enough, but I think it's a good one. I think it's a really, really good one. One that I don't mind, doing over and over again. Pretty much the strikes that you see in the gold and platinum tiers are going to be ones that if I did do them back to back for whatever reason, or even like triple back to back to back, I wouldn't complain. I really wouldn't, because those strikes are just so fun to do. The Festering Core. This is a strike that, for some odd reason, didn't hang around very long. It came out during... I can't remember exactly when it came out, but it did not come out during the vanilla. It came out during one of the later expansions, the smaller expansions of Destiny 2. It is a strike on the planet of Io, which is currently vaulted. And it was a fallen... Sorry, I said fallen. It was a taken strike that was actually very challenging, just getting through the ad mobs on the way to the boss. And then the boss itself was a taken Centurion, or taken Colossus, rather, that was... No, he wasn't a Colossus, he was a Centurion. That was actually pretty damn difficult. He was a pretty hard boss. He did have some invincibility frames, or invincibility, phases, which was a little annoying, which also I want to go back to one thing about Fallen Saber. Fallen Saber, he had, he had some invincibility frames, or invincibility, phases, which was a little annoying, which also I want to go back to one thing about Fallen Saber. Fallen Saber, he had some invincibility frames, or invincibility, phases, which was a little annoying, which also I want to go back to one thing about Fallen Saber. one drawback to Fallen Saber was that he does have invincibility phases, and you have to defeat two giant um, servitors in order to break that shield. So, unfortunately, yes, invincibility phases, annoying, downside, minus to that one. Same goes true with the Festering Core. There was a unique thing about Festering Core that before you reach the final room, there was this room where you had to shoot these giant Vex cubes to break down the barrier that lets you into the final room, right? Well, in that room, we had to shoot the giant cubes. There was these constant waves of Vex deletion walls that if it touched you, it instantly kills you. Obviously it's a death wall. It's just simply a death wall. So it was kind of a unique thing that you had to like keep an eye on the enemies that were around you. You had to stand on these plates in order to make the cubes vulnerable, and then shoot the cubes, all while trying not to get deleted by this giant deletion wall that just swept through the room, swept through the area. Um, I would say Festering Core falls into the silver tier, under all right. It was an all right strike. Again, I didn't really get to experience it very much because by the time it came out, not long later, they vaulted IO, and with IO, it was gone. So there's that. A Garden World. A Garden World is a Destiny 2 strike, or was a Destiny 2 strike that got vaulted with Mercury. It came out in the Curse of Osiris DLC in year 1 of Destiny 2. It was a Vex strike that sometimes had fallen, no, not fallen, sometimes had taken in it. Um, so it was sort of like what I talked about with Sepix Prime. You kind of had two different strikes with Garden World. You either had all Vex or you had Taken. And the Garden World strike was interesting because you had a lot of, you did a lot of flying. You did a lot of you would get basically yeeted across the map several times because that's how you reached you were sort of like going up this massive tower and stuff, trying to reach the top of this huge pillar where the boss was. So it was kind of a unique pathing to get to it. And the boss himself, or itself, was a massive Cyclops. And the unique thing about the Cyclops was he was stuck on a rail. I say stuck, he was on a rail. It was like this giant, you land on this big platform in the middle, and outside the platform was a huge ring. And the Cyclops was mounted on this ring and would just pivot around the entire arena. And he had a big old laser blast attack, and then he had his typical pulse blast. He was just simply a very strong Cyclops. Nothing really special to him, except for the fact that he didn't really have invincibility phases. I mean, I guess this was a more legitimate invincibility phase. Because if you dealt enough damage to him, you could actually beat him before he went into the invincibility phases. The invincibility phases I don't like were the ones where you deal a ton of damage to the boss, but no matter how much damage you deal, his health stops at a certain point and becomes invincible until he gets through the next phase. With the boss of the Garden World, you could actually deal enough damage to him to either kill him or skip an invincibility phase, and so he wasn't invincible during that time. And when he did go in and do invincibility phase, he had a big old shield that appeared in front of him that was impenetrable, and he would cause a Minotaur to appear that was invulnerable to damage. You had to go over to this cube and break this cube to break the shield on the Minotaur, kill the Minotaur, and then go after the boss again. That would break the shield on the giant Cyclops. Sometimes it would just be I think there was 3 different Minotaurs that would become, that would attack you at certain points. And if you killed the boss fast enough, you didn't have to deal with those Minotaurs at all. So that was a really unique strike. The numbers of enemies weren't really bad. I wouldn't say they're phenomenal, but they weren't really bad. I would put Garden World I'd put it as an alright strike. you know, if I were to do like I could have put like a couple extra categories in here, but if I were to do like halfway in between all right and love it, like halfway between silver and gold, I would probably put Garden World in that category. It's not a love it strike, but I think it deserves a little bit higher than an all right strike. But yeah, and unfortunately, like I said, it was an IO strike. Sorry, not IO, Mercury strike that doesn't exist anymore because Mercury is vaulted. Next up is the Glassway. The Glassway is a Vex strike on Europa. Came out with the Beyond Lights DLC. The Glassway has some unique perspectives to it. There's a part where you have to like hold your ground on this plate where the radiolarian fluid has to be drained, and you have to hold your ground while you're being constantly fired upon by shanks and stuff coming from the side walls. And so it's a huge number of enemies. There's a large number of enemies in that strike. So I would say it's a pretty good strike. The boss in this strike is actually another double boss. You have this huge, massive Hydra boss, and then you have this also kind of big Hydra boss. But when you see him appear next to the huge one, he's like, "Hey, look, cute little guy, squeak, 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 squeak." You know, I mean, when you get up close to the smaller Hydra, he's still pretty goddamn big. But when you first see the little Hydra, and then big Hydra appears, you're like, "Is that your baby? He's cute. He's just so cute." The Glassway, I think, is a good strike. I don't think I've really had much to complain about with the Glassway strike. I think Glassway is a love it strike. I think it's a gold tier strike. I think it's a good one. I think it's a very good one. The Hallowed Lair. Rest in peace, Hallowed Lair strike. Wish you were not vaulted. Wish you would return. The vault, the Hallowed Lair. Bimo would know this strike as the Fanatic strike. Easily, already I can tell you without even having to discuss it. Can't get enough. That is absolutely a platinum tier strike. The battles getting to the boss room are great. You have to deal with a Scorn version of a spider tank, which is unique because when you disable their legs and they go into like core cooldown mode, they generate a shield that you can't shoot at from the outside. You have to get inside a shield in order to attack it and destroy it. And then of course you have to go through the rest of the level and reach the boss room, and the numbers of enemies are just incredible. If you like getting kills with your super, if you have something like Blade Barrage or Nova Bomb, or anything that can like do a large amount of damage in a single blast kind of strike or kind of super, this strike and the boss room is the place to do it. This is another one of those strikes where if you don't get 100 kills in this strike, you ain't trying. And Bino agrees on with both of those emotes that she puts in the chat. The Hallowed Lair is a fantastic strike that I am sad to see is gone. The Insight Terminus. This is a Nessus, already lost points, Nessus strike. That is a primarily Cabal strike, but there are some Vex thrown in as well. I don't really have much to complain about with this strike. It's not a fantastic strike, but it's not really a terrible strike. I would say Insight Terminus. Whenever I load into that map, I don't really get excited about it, though. I think it would fall into the meh category. Partially because, again, it's Nessus, but also because it's just kind of meh. That's how I feel whenever I load into the strike. It's just kind of like, oh, I'm doing this one now. Okay, meh. All right. Um, yeah. There's a kind of unique. There is a unique mechanic to the boss, which is a giant scion. After you get there, he's invincible, and you have to break his shield by standing on a plate. Well, after you do enough damage to him, he goes back into an invincibility phase, and then you have to then stand on three separate um, sync plates in order to break his shield, and then you can just defeat him. So it's a meh. It's a meh. The inverted spire. The inverted spire. It's a kind of a love hate relationship with inverted spire. Um, I'm a little burnt out on the inverted spire, and that's mostly because when Destiny 2's beta came out, they released this strike along with the homecoming mission, which is the first mission of Vanilla Destiny 2. They released both of those together, so that was what you got to experience in the beta was the homecoming mission and the inverted spire strike. And so when the beta was out, I played the holy crap out of this strike over and over and over again because I wanted to. It was the only strike available to me. It was my first taste of Destiny 2, and I would just, play it over and over again just to experience it. Now that I have played it so much, I kind of have a meh feeling about it now when I spawn in. Um, I would say kind of like what I said about Garden World being slightly above all right, but not love it level. I kind of feel the same thing about Inverted Spire, but kind of the other direction. I think Inverted Spire is kind of a meh strike, but is more like halfway between meh and all right. I don't think it's good enough to be silver tier, but it's not really bad enough that it deserves bronze tier. So it's kind of like, oh, Inverted Spire. Okay, all right, let's go. All right, meh. Lake of Shadows. This is the first. It's probably debatable as you would probably call it first, but it's one of the two strikes on Earth in Destiny 2. It's like technically one of the first two strikes alongside Arms Dealer. Lake of Shadows is a taken strike that really doesn't have anything that stands out about it. Not really. Um, in fact, if anything, the upside to Lake of Shadows is the boss could be one phased if you had maximum supers in the boss room. However, since Lightfall, they have changed Lake of Shadows, and now it's become a bit tedious, at least in the first part. Uh, Before you just kind of like fought your way through to into the dam where the boss is. So that's a little bit mundane. But what they did to spice it up and make it not mundane, they made it more tedious. Unfortunately, now you have to walk on or have to escort the pyramid weapon things to a certain point in order to break down these blight barriers that have appeared, and you can't use your sparrow to kind of get through some of the area a little bit quicker. You have to walk the entire way and escort this slow ass pyramid diamond thing or pyramid arrowhead uh, through like three different phases of the first part of the strike. So that is really taking it away. I think Lake of Shadows has gone into the meh category. Not quite why this one category. I don't hate it, but it's not really a strike that I really am excited about at all when I see it. It's like, oh, Lake of Shadows? Nah, okay, fine. So, if it didn't have the changes that it had since Lightfall, I would probably put it under silver tier. Maybe getting really close to gold tier because of the one phase boss. But the tediousness of escorting those pyramid things really, really kills it. Really kills it for me. The Nexus. This is a Destiny 1 Vex strike on Venus. There wasn't really anything about the Nexus that was really remarkable. It was kind of a straightforward point A, point B, find the boss room kind of strike. The boss, however, depending on whether you got the original Hydra, it was a giant Hydra, you either got the original Hydra or you got a Taken Hydra, and the Taken Hydra was honestly really difficult. Really, really difficult. Even with like max power, max gear, the Taken Hydra in the Nexus Strike was very difficult. The thing about the Nexus Strike is the boss was in like the middle of this giant cylinder boss arena, and you just had a little bit of cover every once in a while to hide behind, and he would unleash devastating AoE attacks. He was very, very strong, even outside of his, even when it wasn't the Taken version of him. And then add on to that, you would have almost constant spawns of Vex ads. Goblins, hobgoblins, which would approach you. Even though they're snipers, they would still do a hell of a lot of damage by get close to you to do so. And numerous. Not quite crazy numerous like say Hollowed Lair, Devil's Lair, but numerous Vex that were pretty. If you weren't paying attention when they spawned in, they would kill you before you realized it. That's how dangerous they could be. I would say Nexus, despite its difficulty, this is a tough one. I'll say Nexus goes. Man, that's really hard to say. I wouldn't say I love it, but I think I'll put it under all right. This is kind of another one of the strikes I think would go like halfway between all right and love it. I didn't love the Nexus strike, but while it was difficult, in the boss fight was difficult, it wasn't like overwhelmingly difficult. It was comfortably challenging. So, you know what? I think it deserves to love it. I think it deserves the gold category. I really do, the gold tier. I really do. Because the challenge of the Nexus strike was really attractive. It really was. Proving Grounds. Once again, we return to Nessus. I'm sorry, it's going to go wide this one. This is going to be a why this one strike. I think it's because, again, it's Nessus, and it's just so damn many times that I've done that strike. I'm just tired of seeing it. I think the only real fun part of the Proving Grounds is the room where you have to fight off 2 Goliath tanks, and then the room after that where you have to take this relic, this engine core, and put it in this terminal in order to proceed through the next area, right? Those parts are kind of fun. But everything leading up to that, and then the boss fight, not fun. Really, really not. Invincibility phases, so you can't one phase this boss. The fact he put, not only is he invincible, he puts up a shield that you can't shoot into, so any enemies inside the giant dome shield can't be damaged. You've got to walk into the shield and break the little shield generator that's inside it before that shield drops, and then he becomes vulnerable again. I'm personally really, really tired of the Proving Ground strike. I also don't like his backpack meteor launching attack. I just can't stand it. I can't stand it. Proving Grounds can disappear. and I wouldn't miss it. The Pyramidion. The Pyramidion. Oh boy. The Pyramidion was another IO strike that unfortunately is vaulted because IO is vaulted. I liked the Pyramidion because it was very, very unique. Very unique. You had a lot of death traps, which can be annoying, but once you learn how to avoid the death traps, it's actually kind of fun to have to deal with it. You know, it's like you gotta. What the death traps are like? There was this spinning. There was like this small hallway of 3 spinning lasers, like laser fans, that if it touches you, instant kill. Um, and then there was like another room you had to like duck under a laser that's going up and down. You had to like jump over a laser that's going up and down, but it's like there's like this gap at the top that you can't jump over unless unless the laser beam is like near the bottom. Then you had like this other laser wall with like going back and forth, up and down like this. You know, it's like one's going sideways, one's going up and down at the same time. So you had to like time your movement to where you weren't getting hit by either one at a certain angle or whatever. So that was interestingly challenging. There was usually some Taken involved. The Taken versions of the strike was pretty fun. The boss, I think, was pretty fun as well. It was a giant, and I do mean giant, hobgoblin. So he was a sniper, so you had to be careful about that. Well, after you did enough damage, he went into invincibility phase, and you had to stand on a platform to break his shield in order to attack him again. There was a huge glitch to the Pyramidion. The boss's name was Brachion, by the way. There was a huge glitch to the Pyramidion boss. If you tried to one phase him, or let me actually, before you get to that, let me explain this. The thing about Brachion is when you dealt enough damage to him, his head would break, and then like all other Vex, he would become essentially berserked, and he would chase you all over the map. And when he fired his gun, he would fire it rapidly and accurately if he didn't get close enough to stomp you. Well, if you tried to one phase Brachion, you would glitch him to where he would not be beatable, because once you dealt enough damage, he would go into his invincibility phase, and then he would teleport into his little corner where he was inside in a giant shield where you couldn't shoot through or walk through. Well, if you had damaged him enough to cause him to lose his head, he would become invincible because he needed to do his phase where he went into the pyramid shield, but he would be in berserk mode, so he could leave the shield and attack the Guardians, but he would also be immune because he's supposed to be invulnerable to damage at that point. So you would be fighting a boss that you literally could not kill because he was immune to damage, because he had to go through his invincibility phases first. So there was a little bit of a glitch to the Pyramidion fight. You had to be kind of careful not to do too much damage to him in one of the early phases. Mostly, this is probably going to be a little bit because of nostalgia. I miss the Pyramidion strike because I haven't played it in a very long time because it's vaulted. I'm going to have to give it the love it tier because, again, I miss it. It's just nostalgic. I want to play it again, and I can't. Savathun's Song. This was a Titan strike. And I don't mean Titan the Titan the Guardians, the Titan planet, or moon rather. It's the moon of Jupiter, I believe. This strike is another high-numbered enemy strike because it's the Hive. And as you can tell by this image, it's a giant shrieker. It's a massive shrieker. And it was actually another boss you could one phase if you were accurate and you had to deal a lot of damage, because there was this really tiny window where if you did not deal enough damage with your alpha strike, with your first strike, if you did not one phase it or at least deal a lot of damage to it, there was this tiny window where the Shrieker would seal itself up and become immune to damage, and it would pop out two invincible wizards that you had to get a void orb and put in a terminal in order to break the shield of the wizard, kill the wizard, and then the shrieker would become, or both wizards rather, and the shield would be, then the shrieker rather would become vulnerable again. So a little bit of, again, kind of raid mechanics there, but there was that small tiny window that if you dealt enough damage, you could kill the boss in one phase. Um, because of the high numbers of kills in Savathun's song, and the fact that it's, again, nostalgia, kind of like the Pyramidion, and it's vaulted, I think it goes also under the love it category, the love it tier. I do love and miss the Savathun song strike. When Titan came back with the Season of the Deep season, I was really hoping that Titan would become an explorable, could be explored again. It was going to return just like it was, before it was vaulted, and I could do the Savathun song strike again, and unfortunately, you can't. That's really, really sad. Scarlet Keep. Scarlet Keep came out with the Shadow Keep DLC, and is a rather fun Hive Strike. Nothing really remarkable about the strike, other than it had a really high number of enemies, therefore a lot of kills, very high kill number. One part that was annoying was the giant elevator that leads up to the boss room. It gave and still gives me terrible flashbacks to the Halo level called the Library. If you've ever played Halo 1, you know what I'm talking about. You would be able to compare the two, but if you saw this area in the Scarlet Keep, and then of course the boss also has has invincibility phases. You can't one shot her very easily. I have seen people that can one phase her, but it's not very easy to do even with maximum supers. So, I would say Scarlet Keep, whenever it comes up, I would say Scarlet Keep gets the alright status. I think it's an alright strike. Not really great, not bad. I think it's alright. It's alright. Shadow Thief. This was a Destiny 1 strike that released with the House of Wolves expansion in year 1 of Destiny 1. Shadow Thief, the boss fight was unremarkable. Not really great. Not even with the I believe later on it got a Devil Splicers version, and even then it really wasn't that great either. He had invincibility phases where you had to defeat a servitor in order to break his shield. The only part of Shadow Thief that was relatively fun was actually like the room just before the boss room, where you had to fight a spider tank. Now, what makes the spider tank fight interesting is the fact that you're not in a really giant open space. You're aboard a ship in during like the latter half of the strike. So you have to think about the fact you're fighting a spider tank in a rather tight proximity room. You're in pretty close quarters with a spider tank. That's not easy. And there was some ways to kind of cheese the fight so it was easier, but honestly, the Shadow Thief strike, the spider tank was much more fun than the final boss of the strike. I think this one is an alright strike. I think it's an alright strike. Actually, you know what? No, I don't even think it's that good. I would say it's a meh strike. Shadow Thief, it's just like, meh, okay. Shield Brothers. This was actually it's actually a very fun fight. Very fun strike. Specifically in the boss room. This was the first strike that was that had two bosses that acted really differently from each other. Now, I did mention that there was three bosses to the Dust Palace strike, and there were, but they didn't really do much differently. They had pretty much the same weapon. They had their elemental shields, and their attacks were not really anything different than any other Scion. So there wasn't anything special to the Dust Palace bosses. The Shield Brothers, on the other hand, were very unique. You had a blue boss and a red boss. And what they did is they interacted well with each other. You would have one boss come. I think the blue boss came out first. I could be misremembering. It's been a while since I've done this strike. But you'd have one boss come out, and if it was the blue one, he had a what was his thing? He would put up I think he would put up he was like the defender. He put a huge bubble shield over him, which you had to step inside in order to attack him. And the downside to that was just stepping inside his shield would put you in his melee range, so he would use his stomp attack. So you had to like risk being inside there and taking a damaging melee hit in order to inflict damage on him. But once you dealt enough damage to him, he would GTFO and leave. And then his brother, the red guy, would come in, who had a tendency to launch giant rockets out of his back. And it would like mark an area on the ground, a really large area, and if you weren't paying attention, it would like shoot a volley of missiles at that area, and you would be killed. I think even with high stats, high resilience, etc., it would kill you if you were in that circle when the missiles hit the ground. So you had to be very aware of your surroundings, because all the time during this boss fight, by the way, Cabal ads are flowing in constantly. And not just the little guys like Scions. Oh, no. You had the big guys that could, there was phalanxes out there. There was Centurions. It was like, I'm pretty sure there might even been a Colossus every now and then. But it was a smorgasbord of Cabal enemies. And then once you chased the red guy off, they both decided to mosey back in at the same time. And then it was just take on two bosses at once. Until you killed one of them. And depending on which one you killed, the other one gained its powers. Which can be a huge pain in the Peter if you kill the wrong one. If you killed the blue one first, the red one still had its mortar attack. That's what I was trying to think of. And it puts the red circle on the ground and fires a mortar attack, but also generates a giant shield, so you have to get in close in order to attack him. Whereas the other way around, if you killed the red guy first, the blue guy obviously keeps his shield, and then he gets this really powerful cannon of some sort that deals a ton of damage to you. It wasn't the mortar attack that the red guy had, but it was almost like he just mounted a couple of twin tank guns on his back, if I remember correctly, and just was like blam, 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 and very, very, very devastating, very powerful. Shield Brothers, mostly because of the uniqueness of the boss, can't get enough. It goes in the can't get enough category. I absolutely adore the Shield Brothers strike because of the uniqueness of the bosses. Absolutely. Strange Terrain. This was a strike that released with the Warmind DLC on Mars. Unfortunately, this strike doesn't exist anymore because it was vaulted. Now, yes, while Mars has come back, it is not an explorable world like it was before, and this strike has also been vaulted with it. This strike was fun because it had a long way to go to reach the boss, and then you had the fun part of fighting an ogre that was immune to damage that you had to, if I recall correctly, you had to kill like this knight or something that would drop an orb. You had to pick up this orb and then throw it at the ogre in order to break his shield. And then you would kill the ogre and be able to move on to the final room. And then you would fight Nocris. Not Noctis, that's Final Fantasy 15. This boss here, Nocris, who is the brother to Oryx, a giant wizard. This guy was a wizard, not Oryx. Nocris was a wizard. And his battle was unique because once you dealt enough damage to him, he would go into invincibility phase, but he would then break a giant pillar that would open up or reveal a crystal. You had to shoot that crystal in order to break his shield and go after the boss again. The thing was, this guy, Nocris, had a lot of very powerful AoE ranged attacks. He was actually a very challenging strike boss in that fact. And if you dealt enough damage to him and he went into his invincibility phase and he wasn't ready to teleport, he would go into his, when he was ready to do his invincibility phase, he would like teleport to like the back part of the boss room, and then his shield would be up and he would be immune to damage. Well, if he wasn't ready to teleport when he went into his invincibility phase, he kind of had the Brachion syndrome where he would be moving around the field and be immune to damage, but he would still be attacking you for at least a few seconds before he went back into his, his corner of the room. So you gotta have to be careful with Nocris on that as well. And again, because this is a hive boss, whoo boy, numbers of enemies, holy crapola. Strange terrain goes into the Levitt category. Definitely goes into the Levitt tier. I loved the Nocris fight. The Summoning Pits, another hive strike. This time on the moon in Destiny 1. You can go actually into the Summoning Pits area in Destiny 2, but obviously the boss is not there. The boss here is named Fogoth. He was called Fogoth the Untamed. He is a giant ogre whose only weak spot is this tiny little spot on his chest. He wasn't like a regular ogre whose crit spot was his face. No. You had to do a lot of damage to this little tiny spot that was on just above his stomach and really hard to see unless he was standing perfectly straight up and you were using a sniper. He was very hard to hit his crit spot. Now, it wasn't his only damage spot. You could shoot him anywhere, but that was his crit spot. The unique thing about him is when you first arrive in the vanilla version of the Fogoth strike, he's chained up. So you're like, oh, well, this boss fight's going to be easy. He's just going to stand there and let me shoot him. Brrr. Then suddenly he breaks out of those chains and you go, oh, no. And then you have to deal with him, his face beam, his face laser, which is just a ton of damage. And then you got ads spawning everywhere, including sword-wielding knights. A very, very challenging yet fun boss fight. And then with the release of Rise of Iron, the Year 3 stuff, the Year 3 version of this strike included a alternate path that you had to take where you had to walk on a hive tomb ship that became a platform and traveled to another point that disappeared. The first one was moving across a path and then it would disappear. Well, there would be another tomb ship that was spawning underneath it that if you didn't get off the disappearing tomb ship in time, you would fall to your death. So you had to jump off this tomb ship and land on this one down here and then continue on to the boss room where you had to also fight a Siva controlled turret. And then you went to the boss room and fought Fogoth. Summoning Pits was definitely a very good strike. I would say that's another Levitt strike. Definitely another Levitt strike. The Sunless Cell. Yes, the Sunless Cell. Destiny 1 on the Dreadnought, a location in the rings of Saturn. It was Oryx's command ship. The Sunless Cell is another challenging strike almost from beginning to end, especially the boss. Um, During this strike, you would go into a room where there would be like these pillars. Like I would say, I think I counted before, like 6 or 7 pillars scattered throughout the room, and each one of them had a shrieker in it. Now, you have to keep in mind this is Destiny 1 shriekers, right? Destiny 1 shriekers act completely different than they do in Destiny 2. In Destiny 1, when you kill a shrieker, they unleash what they call a death blast. They're these sort of like axiom bolts that fly around the room and usually head toward the target that killed the shrieker, and they do a metric ton of damage to whatever it hits. It doesn't have to hit you directly. It has a bit of an AoE, so even if if it hits the wall or the ground next to you, that's a lot of damage you're taking. You're going to be really hurt. So that part of the strike was challenging enough. You either had to like run past. There was usually like one shielded taken enemy on either the left side of the room or the right side of the room next to some closed doors. And once you defeated whichever one of those, it would like be random as to which side it spawned on. Whichever one whenever you defeated it, that door would open, and so you either had to haul ass to get to that door in order to get past the shriekers, or you had to kill all the shriekers and be aware of the fact that it's going to hit you with death blasts that are probably going to kill you and likely wipe your whole team, because the only place that was safe from all those shriekers simultaneously was a very tightly enclosed space. So if you or one of your teammates killed a shrieker, it's likely their death blast was going to hit you too, even if you weren't the one that actually did the damage to the shrieker. And then the hard part, you used to think the shriekers were hard. The hard part was the boss room, where you cannot see the boss. It kind of falls into the Ascendant Realm kind of thing with the Corrupted Strike boss, but isn't anywhere near as irritating. It's actually almost kind of scary, actually, almost a horror environment. You drop into this big hole, and it is completely dark. It's like a brownish fog in the room, and the boss is completely not really invisible, but he's camouflaged well into the fog. And the only reason you know he's close is if you see him on your radar, your motion tracker, your radar thing, or when he attacks. When he actually attacks with his axe, he does this like burst of light when he hits the ground, so at least you kind of know where he was. And when he spawns in, he kind of growls a little bit, so you got like a bit of an audio cue as well. And then once he attacks, he goes invisible again. And when he's invisible, he can't be hit. He's like completely intangible and gone. And then he'll like teleport around the room when he comes out of his invisibility moment. So it's sort of like an invincibility phase, but more like an invisibility phase, because while you couldn't shoot him when he disappeared, it wasn't like he was any other part of the room that you could like randomly spray in any direction and happen to hit him. He just like was gone. And then he would spawn in, usually right on top of one of the Guardians. I think he was programmed that way, that he would spawn in right next to one of the strike members, because it always seemed to be me that was the one he was spawning on. And you either had to like shoot him really quickly or get the hell out of the way before he hit you with his axe. And his axe did a lot of damage. And then once you dealt enough damage to him, it was a little bit easier to see him because his helmet would fall off and he would have this glowing head, which you would be able to see when he spawned in. The problem there is he went into berserk mode and he would charge at you. Typically he would just like walk around the boss room whenever he would go to attack somebody. He would like walk kind of slowly. But when he goes into berserk mode, he would charge at the Guardians, and it would be very difficult to avoid his axe. Very difficult. Upside is the fact once he loses his helmet, his head becomes a very sensitive critical spot, and you can deal a lot of damage to him. Sunless Cell, the boss is named the Dark Blade, which you will recognize a little bit later. Sunless Cell, very, very good strike. I think Sunless Cell belongs in the Platinum Can't Get Enough category. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Tree of Probabilities. This was a Destiny 2 Curse of Osiris strike that is now vaulted and was originally on Mercury. It was a Cabal strike where you kind of were chasing the boss throughout like the latter, I wouldn't say latter half, more like latter third of the strike. And what happened is when you got to like the first boss room, um, you would see this Minotaur appear. It would be this huge Vex Minotaur. He would get ready to attack, like pull out his gun and everything and aim it at you, and all of a sudden he would just explode into pieces because this uh, Cabal uh, Colossus jumped down and destroyed him with a single hit. So it was kind of that nice little like trick there, like, oh, we're fighting a Vex boss here, okay. And suddenly he just shatters into a million pieces, and here's this Cabal boss, much less intimidating because he's like half the height of the Minotaur, but just the surprise is kind of cool. Um, but then you kill him, or you shoot him, goes into invincibility phase, and he retreats. When he starts retreating, there's these lasers that shoot around the room, and they're insta kill lasers. You touch them, you die. And then you go past that room into the next room where you kind of do the same thing again. You got to like shoot him down, avoid the lasers, and then into the final boss room. Not only do you have to fight him and his ads, he also had laser traps along the lower sides of the battle arena. That if you weren't paying attention while you were fighting him, you would get hit by those lasers and it would be insta kill. I lost many times that fight had to start over because my entire fire team wasn't paying attention to where they were standing and they got lasered instead of getting killed by the boss. Um, Other than the uniqueness of that of the boss fight, the strike wasn't, from what I recall, that remarkable. I think Tree of Probabilities belongs into the meh tier. It was just kind of meh, bronze level. Like I don't hate it, but I don't get excited for it when I see it when I spawn in for it. The Undying Mind. The Undying Mind is a Destiny 1 strike on Mars. Yeah, it was Mars because it was in the Black Garden. The Undying Mind was also, I believe, was it a PlayStation exclusive? Maybe it wasn't a PlayStation exclusive. Maybe it was a year one or a year two release. I can't remember exactly when Undying Mind released, but it's a heavily Vex strike. I think there was occasionally some occasionally some Taken thrown in sometimes. But the Undying Mind was moderately an okay strike. What made the Undying Mind strike fun was the boss room because when you reach certain points of damage on the boss, he would spawn in a massive group of precursor Vex. And actually, that happened in multiple spots. I forgot about this part of the strike. There would be during many times when the precursor Vex spawned. The precursor Vex were always yellow barred always yellow barred enemies. So they weren't like your regular red bar ads that you dealt with. They were basically like lieutenants, like majors. Even though they were just like regular enemies as far as like how they appeared in groups, they were yellow barred, so they were higher than your average ads. So the upside to that is if you launched your super at them and killed them, you dropped a lot of orbs for your teammates. Downside is they kicked your ass pretty hard, and they were really, really tough. Same thing happens in the boss fight room, or in the boss room. When you reach certain points of damage on the boss, he would spawn in a large group of precursor Vex, and really the best way to get rid of them quickly would be to hit them with something like a Nova Bomb, or if you were a Stormcaller, go through there with your Palpatine lightning kind of thing, and sweep them away. That was really the best way to deal with them, because if you didn't deal with them quickly enough, they were going to wipe you out while you were focusing on the Undying Mind itself. Um, so the fact that it spawned in with difficult but fun ads, I think Undying Mind deserves a love it, deserves the love it tier. I love the Undying Mind, really, really do. Warden of Nothing. This is a Destiny 2 strike on the Tangled Shore. Um, Nothing really incredible about it. I don't hate this strike, but I don't really love it either. Um, there's a train section, which is annoying. I mean, it's kind of fun the first time you deal with it because you got to like dodge the trains. You don't know when they're coming, all that other stuff. And if they hit you, the train touches you, you're instantly killed. But that uniqueness, that gimmick wears off quickly, where it gets worn out very quickly. I think Warden of Nothing deserves a bronze tier because I just don't care for having to dodge trains. And when you get to the first big train section, where the trains are actually coming at you, there's these rails that the trains are mounted on that you can walk on safely, and the whole challenge of avoiding the train is completely moot. It's completely useless at that point. So it's just kind of, now it's just irritating. I'd rather just be on my Sparrow and just haul ass down the pathway where the trains go, and the trains just not be there. It would just be less tedious and irritating. The boss fight, the boss is good because it is a one phase fight. You can actually one phase the boss easily with your supers, very easily. There is no invincibility phases. He does have phases where he moves around the room and spawns in stronger ads alongside the regular ads. But with strong enough supers and heavy weapons, you can one phase the Warden of Nothing very, very easily. Very easily. The Will of Crota. This is the Omnigul strike. This is this the right strike? Yeah, that's the right strike. Okay, yeah. I almost couldn't remember the name of the strike. Yeah, this is Omnigul. This strike returned in a little bit of a different form in Destiny 2. This was originally Destiny 1 strike, where you fought a hive wizard named Omnigul, who was basically like the right hand to Crota, who is the son of Oryx, like the Taken King. So this was like the underling to the underling, if you will, the underling to the prince. She was not an easy fight to deal with. In Destiny 2, the fight is pretty much the same, and in fact, the entire strike for the most part is pretty much the same. The pathing, the location, where you start, even the dialogue with, well, no, actually, the dialogue is different because they don't talk about Omnigul, they talk about Navoda, which is the name of the wizard. It's another hive wizard, and her name is just Navoda. I believe in Destiny 2, the Will of Crota is called The Disgraced. Yeah, that's right. That strike is called The Disgraced. Pretty much the only difference between The Disgraced and Will of Crota is the final room where you fight the boss. In the Will of Crota strike, you're in a actually pretty narrow room where you don't have a lot of places to hide. There's barriers and stuff that you can hide behind, but there's not a lot of room for movement or hiding. Whereas in the disgraced version of that strike, there's like this whole area that opened up behind where the boss room used to be is like just got blown out or destroyed or something, and there's like more room to move around and navigate. And Navoda disappears for a while, so you have to fight some ads before she returns. So it's a good strike because, for one, it's got a lot of enemies because, again, it's the Hive. Hive usually always produces high number of enemies. And even in the first part of the strike where you're not dealing with the Hive, you're dealing with the Fallen, there's usually a high number of fallen as well, and they always come out in a from a very tight, small location, so you can pretty much let them bottleneck their way out and then just wipe them out fairly easily. So it's really good for getting high numbers of kills again. I would say with a combination of Will of Crota from Destiny 1 as well as its Destiny 2 iteration called the Disgraced, I think it goes under the can't get enough. I don't think I could get enough of the Omnigul / Navoda strike. Fabulous. Fabulous strike. Excellent strike. Will of the Thousands. This is a strike that was specifically released during the Warmind DLC of Year 1 of Destiny 2. I like this strike, but I also have my complaints about this strike. What I like about this strike is the fact you're fighting a hive worm, like one of their worm gods. That's what the Will of the Thousands is. It's Zol. It's literally his name. Zol, Will of the Thousands. And what makes him unique is the fact that you literally cannot touch this boss. Like, you cannot literally touch him. You can't melee him. You can't use a flying, like a thunder crash kind of super. You can't physically touch this boss in any way because he instantly kills you if you touch him. You fight him on this giant platform where he pops out. He's just like this giant like graboid kind of thing. And then there's some times when, after he gets to a certain phase, he'll like crash down on the platform and then crawl across the platform really fast. And if you touch him or he touches you during his path across, he'll instantly kill you. Also, if during the times he's kind of standing up next to the platform, if you get too close to the edge of that platform, he will do like this leaping lash strike or something that instantly kills you no matter what. It's an absolute one shot every time. You're supposed to also use... there's a bit of a unique mechanic to the Will of the Thousands. There's an enemy that spawns... Or not an enemy, but there's like this platform that spawns a javelin. It's the Warmind's weapon. And you pick up this javelin and you throw it at the boss, and you can deal a ton of damage with it if you're not just going to shoot it. Usually, shooting it won't deal as much damage as the javelin, but the javelin only spawns a few small times, and you can only hold it for like, I think, maybe 15 seconds or something like that. So, unique fact that you have to use it. You can use a unique weapon to kill him. Dangerous because if you just try to melee him or get touched by him, he instantly kills you. He does occasionally burn the ground, so if he launches like a void attack that burns the ground, so you have to be standing on a higher platform or a higher obstacle to avoid getting hit. But when you stand on those obstacles, you are vulnerable to being fired at by the adds that are pretty much surrounding the area as well. And of course, the adds are immune to that burn effect, right? I think the Will of the Thousands, if it were to come back, I think I would enjoy it. I think it falls under the alright strike. I don't think it was a fantastic strike, because there really wasn't much else other than the worm itself that was really incredible. I think it was an alright strike. I think it was a silver tier, right in the middle. Winter's Run. The Winter's Run was a Destiny 1 strike on Venus. And there was a lot of traveling on the Winter's Run strike. You spent a lot of time on your Sparrow. You could pick up a fallen pike and use that as well. There wasn't really a whole lot of like stopping points, if I recall the strike correctly. And then you get to the boss, who was a giant captain who teleported all over the place. You could kind of cheese him if you hid in a certain spot, but it was still kind of difficult to stay in that spot because it would spawn Vandal snipers who could snipe you easily, as well as other Fallen that could deal damage to you. And then there was occasionally a taken version of the strike where you dealt with a taken version of that captain. And what made that dangerous also is because because he's a taken captain, he can throw a giant ball of darkness at you, which blinds you for 5 seconds or whatever. So definitely a very challenging strike. You did have one cool thing that you could do during the taken version is you could put down an immobile turret, and you could use the turret to shoot the boss. But the problem was, it was obviously, like I said, it's an immobile turret. You're vulnerable to being attacked from not just any adds in the lower area. Where the turret was mounted was a platform where the enemies spawned in and from a cave behind you. So you either had to deal with the ads in front of you and the boss, or you're going to get shot the ass by the ads coming through the cave behind you. So Winter's Run, I think, was an alright strike. Nothing really incredibly awesome about it. I think the only thing about Winter's Run that I really liked wasn't really had anything to do with the strike specifically, but the fact that I believe Winter's Run, the Taken version, had a chance to drop a Taken shotgun. Like it was a shotgun that was literally had the Taken like textures on it. It was like black with like the white to whitish green smoke coming off of it. And it was actually a very good shotgun in Destiny 1. A very good shotgun. The Wretched Eye. This strike was released with Year 3 in the Rise of Iron. It was the last expansion to Destiny 1. And this was definitely a unique and challenging strike, especially when you got to the boss. You had to like navigate your way through a rocket facility that was falling apart, so you had to like run on these platforms that if you walked on just the wrong platform, it would fall out from underneath you and you would probably fall to your death or something like that. But the boss itself, it was unique because it was another two-person boss. It was another two-boss fight. But one boss was completely immune to any damage you dealt. Completely immune. And it was an ogre. It was a hive ogre that had been manipulated and modified by the Siva tech. If you've played the Rise of Iron, you know what Siva is all about. I'm not going to get into detail about that. A little bit of a story spoiler there, so we'll just go into it then. But he was modified by Siva tech and immune to damage. His face, or specifically his eye, was removed by a fallen Archon that was taking advantage of the Siva tech and modified the ogre. Like, it was basically an experiment. Well, this Archon took the eye out of this ogre and mounted it into a weapon, and the Archon was the one that was attacking you with a ranged attack. And it was using the ogre's face attack, eye attack, basically, to shoot at you. And of course, the Archon was the one you could attack. The thing about the ogre was he didn't have a ranged attack, but he had a devastating melee attack, and he would chase your ass all over the damn arena. Wherever you went, he was up your ass. And he was relentless. And again, he's completely immune to any damage. Supers, weapons, abilities. You could not damage the ogre. So you were running from a boss that was trying to kill you no matter what. And then you had the Archon firing a beam of ogre eye lasers, which was devastating on its own. And to add on top of that, every once in a while he would summon in sniper shanks that came down from the roof. So if you weren't running for your life from that ogre, trying to dodge a consistent beam coming from the face cannon that was in the Archon's hands, you were being sniped by shanks. A very unique, very challenging, and definitely a very fun boss. Wretched Eye, while sometimes frustrating, absolutely platinum tier. Can't get enough of that strike. Can't get enough. I love it. Love it. Birthplace of the Vile. This is a strike that came out with the, not Lightfall, with Witch Queen, and is a Scorn strike located on Savathun's throne world. This strike kinda, sorta, for me, sort of replaces the Hollowed Lair. Kind of. It's not quite as good as Hollowed Lair. There is a huge, I cannot emphasize the word huge enough. Huge number of enemies that appear in this strike. Scorn loaded up all over the place. Very. Again, it's another one of those strikes where if you don't get 100 kills, you must have been just shooting at your foot. Because there is no way you can't get 100 kills in this strike, even with a full fire team. Multi-phase boss. It's a Scorn. Scorn it's a unique Scorn boss. He's not like a giant version of one of the ads. He's a re-palette, if you will, a reused asset of a boss from the Forsaken strike or the Forsaken DLC, which has been vaulted. But very fun. The boss, when he goes into his invincibility phases, he warps you to another part of the map that you've already been to once. You got to travel through that part again before you get back into the room where you fight the boss again. Then he goes into another invincibility phase where he teleports you into another area that you've been to. So while the invincibility phases are annoying, the fact he sends you away for a small bit in order to get back to him, I kind of do like that. I think I can accept the invincibility phases of that boss because he sends you to like come find him again instead of just making him invincible and then he's invincible while you're in the room fighting him. So I think Birthplace of the Vile, I don't think I can say I can't get enough of that strike, even though I really love it. Yeah, I'm going to put it up here in the platinum category. I'm putting it up there in platinum. I can't get enough of that strike. I really can't. It's not quite as good as some of the other ones on this list. It's not quite as good as Hollowed Lair, but it's a damn good one. It is a damn good one, especially for numbers. And then the Light Blade. This strike is on Cyberthun's Throne World, and it's the boss is the exact opposite of what he is in the Sunless Cell. In the Sunless Cell, he is called the Dark Blade. In the Light Blade, it's the same enemy, but he's called the Light Blade because he's wielding light powers now instead of dark. Because he was given the light powers by Savathun. Another strike that has a pretty high amount of enemies. I do dislike the Weight of Darkness area. There's like this forest swamp thing that you have to travel through that has a constant weight of darkness attaching you. It's a debuff that constantly slows your movement. And then as you're going through it, you can reach these pillars of light that remove the weight of darkness so you can move again and jump, but then you start getting slowed again by the weight of darkness. That's an annoying part of the map, so I don't really care for that part of it. But the rest of it is pretty fun, and the Dark Blade fight itself is pretty fun. But I unfortunately feel the swamp area with the weight of darkness brings it down. It loses some rating, so it's going to have to go under the love it. Otherwise, I'd put it in the can't get enough. If they would remove the weight of darkness part of it, if you just traveled through the swamp and just dealt with the Scorn that keeps spawning, or even if they increased the number of spawns from the Scorn, I would be happier with that than trying to deal with the weight of darkness and limiting my mobility. I really can't stand that. It really loses it and goes down to the love it tier. So there's my tier list of the strikes of Destiny 1 and 2 up to the Witch Queen. The one strike that I think we're missing is from Lightfall. It is on Neptune. I'm right now blanking on the name of the strike, and if I were to really pick it, I would probably have to put it under the meh category. I don't really like it that much. I really don't. It's a taken strike. You have to deal with a lot of blights that are yeeting you around. There's also the blights that are that create a shadow dome that limits your movement and kind of messes with your vision. Um, there's an area where you are constantly inside a blighted dome while you're riding your sparrow, which is kind of an okay-ish fun part. But the boss fight is very unremarkable. Um, Invincibility phases again, where it has objectives that you have to accomplish that you've already done in other parts of the map previously. So, kind of unique thing there. But whenever I see this strike come up or I land on that strike, it's just like, meh, I don't care for it. I don't hate it. It doesn't fall into the why this one category. But I would just say, I would play it, but I wouldn't hate it. Unlike Corrupted and Proving Grounds, I could do without both of those strikes. If I could choose strikes to be vaulted and never deal with again, the Corrupted and the Proving Grounds are two strikes that I would definitely say, bye, bitch. So that's it. That's my tier list of the Destiny 1, Destiny 2 strikes. I appreciate y'all hanging out for this like 2 hours that I talked about it. Again, I know I ramble, so I probably would have been a lot short if I didn't ramble as much. But hope you all enjoyed it. If you've played Destiny and you know what these strikes are and have dealt with them, feel free to let me know your opinion on it. I'd love to know what you think of these strikes and what you think of my list. But we are ready to move on to the main event of this stream tonight, and that is Final Fantasy Tactics. So let me get that pulled up here a second. Tactics, all right, changing that. And if you missed the majority of the list, or you missed any part of it, don't worry. I will be cutting this particular part out of the stream and uploading it specifically on my YouTube channel, where you can check it out right there. As well as you're going to, the entire stream itself is also going to be on my YouTube channel as well as my YouTube archive. But if you want to see specifically just the tier list stuff, I will be cutting it out and uploading it separately there as well. So yeah, we're going to play some tactics now. So let me go ahead and get that pulled up. We can close that and go to that and pull it up here. And we are going to resume Final Fantasy Tactics after I go take me a little bit of a pee break. So I will be right back in just a moment. It's time for Commander Krim's video gaming trivia. Type your answers in the chat. The correct response will be revealed in 30 seconds. Alright. Let's continue the game. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I did all my formation stuff and all that before. I don't think there's really anything I needed to learn or wanted to learn. I have 400 points that would just be used for something like Hamido. Alright. Let's head on to Doguola Pass. Do I need to? I have only 4,900 funds. Let me do some shopping real quick. Make sure I've got all the items that I need. Yeah, I wanted more of those, but I don't have enough money to get a bunch. Okay, I'll get the 4 that I can afford. Next time I get some huge amount of income, I'll load up on those Vacuum Darkness shurikens. Alright, to the Doguola Pass. Doguola Pass. Rachel, Sophie, Lulu. Let's go. Oh, hush, Comet, you're fine. Thank you very much for hanging out while I talk about the Destiny strikes. I want to make some more tier lists like that among different subjects because I have opinions that I like to make. Wait a minute, didn't I do this? I don't know what's wrong with him. He's meowing. That's rare for him. Kind of weird. I thought we did this fight already. Oh no, I died. That's right. I died at the end of the last stream. That's right. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out, and hope you all enjoyed that tier list. If you all have other ideas or suggestions for tier lists you'd like me to do and discuss, let me know. I'll be glad to do them. I enjoyed having conversations about things like that. What? What's wrong with him? Monk Punch! Damn! It's 207 damage and the first hit was still critical. Holy crap. $60 damage. Yeah, I think the Vacuum Darkness does the most. Hey, ya! Damn it! What is a black mage casting on a dragoon? Sure took his time deciding his move. Ow! You poked me. Pew! Pew! Ow. Damn. Punch! Just for good measure, hit him one more time. You know he was down already. Punch! Punch! Dead! Let's revive him. 64% chance. Well, just in case it misses, I'll have the other one cast as well. Surely out of 84 and 64% chance, one of the two will actually revive him. Nice, I can still use auto potions while I'm in the middle of a casting animation. I think I did use cast 2 raises. Ooh, nice, guarded. Get rid of this mage. Goodbye. This fight went much better. Pew! Actually, I'm going to go ahead and move them so they're not in range of that Dragoon. Well, now I'm successfully pissed off. The rest of this stream's gonna suck now because I'm pissed off. Thank you, Comet. Hey, Kingdom. He yelled at my cat and ruined my voice, so not only am I pissed off now, I just ruined my voice so I can't talk. Wonderful. Great stream this is going to be. Probably doesn't help that I'm out of my antidepressant meds again, so I'm easily agitated. // Monk. Repeating fist. Let's get chakra. My cat pissed me off just now, that's all. $1,200 points. Auto potion, yes. I already didn't have auto potion? Really? Yeah, you got it. Okay. Weird, I swear I thought I had auto potion. Can't learn any of the white magic because I haven't worked that up yet. 254. Yeah, I can't use anything here. Okay. Alright, let's drop a save. Where was my save file? 3629. He pulled down my green screen, Kingdom. I know it's not really that important, and I don't need to get that mad about it, but I try so hard to make this, put it the way I want it to be, so it's not also in my way, because I never take it down, and yet he pulls it over, completely pulling it out of position, and just, I don't need to be this pissed off about it, so it's not important. Bervinia Free City. Let's see, it ain't free. I gotta go fight something. Ain't that free? Oh, only 3? Shit, man. Oh, two squads, isn't it? Yep, okay. Well then. I'm sure it wouldn't be as aggravated if I wasn't off my meds. Oh my god. I'm Miliadal. I came to avenge my brother. Avenge your brother? What are you talking about? You're denying it? Islud, whom you killed at Riavanes, was my brother. I'm going to kill you, not for the high priest, but for my brother. Oh, we're going to try to talk her out of it. All right. So just the chicken of green. Got it. Punch her in the tits a bunch. Her name's Jobeth? Jobeth? She has auto revive? Well then. Earth clothes destroyed, so is her health. Alright. Punch you in the clit. Hiya! Well, at least I got one hit in. Oh god, summoners. And there's two archers way the hell up there too. This is not going to be a fun fight. Oh! Oh! Raise! Oh shit, that's gonna hurt. Phew. Oh god. Aha! Guarded. Where are you running? Where are you running? Why are you running? No. No. Damn it. $50 damage. Where do we throw something? 40, really. Never mind. Earth Slash it is then. Well, you're just stripping all her armor off, aren't you? Only one summoner down. It's been fine. Thanks for asking. How about yours? How about yours, Kingdom? Crap, I gotta move closer. Weather is hot. It's 103 right now here. What'd you hit me with? Planning anything for Christmas? Yeah, either one of those is too early. I hardly ever plan for anything for Halloween. The only thing I probably do for Christmas is I usually make a Christmas special every year, which is basically just like a amusing look back at the year. This bitch just stripping us naked. I don't have any family, Kingdom. So, no. Your uncle sing with you for Christmas? That's nice. Hmm. 64. 128. No, I don't go to Christmas parties. I don't have any, I only have like one friend that lives here in Houston. She's going to be gone by the time December comes around. So, I don't go anywhere. Check chakra. Alright. So spending fun doing Christmas on your own. True. Very true, but it is what it is. Don't you dare. Alright. Well, thank you, Keno. I probably will. I'll be off on Christmas, so I'll probably stream. I usually do every year. Probably going to do a... I'm going to reveal my... my Christmas video live, so... Return to us, Shaker. This bitch is gonna cost me a lot of money because she keeps tearing off all my armor. Damn it. Wait, Islud, I didn't kill him. Do you know what happened at Riovanna's? That wasn't the doing of any human. Islud was killed by a Lucavi. Lucavi? Lucavi appeared and killed my brother? Ha, that's pretty wild. Can't you come up with a better lie than that? You're the same as Islud. You don't know the truth. You don't realize you're just pathetic puppets dancing for the bad guys. The stones aren't just objects of faith, but have power to work miracles. That power is different for each side, but they're using it for evil. Wake up, Meliadul. Vorma's deceiving you. You expect me to believe that? Ridiculous. Vormov is our father. What? Not really. The only Souls game I've played is Elden Ring. I don't really have any desire to play any of the other Souls games. I need to finish Elden Ring, but I don't have any desire to play them. I'm not really much for extremely challenging games like that. You didn't guard both of those, did you, bitch? Ugh, you're strong. No wonder Wygraf lost. Listen, the next time we meet is the day you die. Remember that. Right. Let's see if we've got anything we can... Oh yeah, we gotta do some buying. Golden hairpin and earth clothes. Damn it. Shit. What do I get rid of? What does that do? Okay, get rid of that. Alright, very nice. Now we're all quit back up again. Revive costs 500. Alrighty. I shall get. Can't do anything with her. Let's get Wave Fist so he's got a little bit more range. Let's see. Remedy. Maiden's Kiss. Remedy. Maiden's Kiss. Okay. Alright. Time for a save. I thought it was fine. I'll be cutting it out of the stream and uploading it to YouTube soon. So if you want to take a look at it, then you can. I mean, of course, you can always watch it on the full version of the on my YouTube page or my archive. Either way, but if you want to see just the tier list, I'll be putting that up there. Where the hell all the way back there? What about you, Kingdom? You like Souls games? Excuse me. Red Chocobo, huh? This river's deeper than I thought. Must be careful. You know, the hard games? Yeah. I haven't really gotten angry with Elden Ring. It's kind of overwhelming. I tend to be not really willing to take them on. Once I get started playing with it, I'm fine. Yeah, Choco Meteor. Yeah, Red Chocobos are a pain. That Meteor attack is tough. I'm out of range. Hi-ya! Probably should have gone for the red chocobo instead of the gold one. Whatever. Alright then. Poke! Right in your red chocobo face. Hi-ya! Even with a crit, nice. Pew! Take your sniping position. What? Okay, don't then. She's gonna drown over there. No! Cure 2! Woohoo! 43 damage, great heal. Haha, missed. You can't beak me. Ow, he beat my butt. This is where I need a self-targeted AoE to hit all three of those guys at once. I guess I do have this. How did I only hit one of them? They're, oh my god. Are they like just on just enough elevation? That's stupid. Three guys surround me and they're all on just enough elevation that attack doesn't work. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I see that. It's still irritating. Take this, you darkness, to the ass! Take my sharp pointy thing and put it in your ass. Or something like that. Pew pew! Punch! Dead bird. We're having choco stew tonight, boys. What the fuck? One square. Punch the hell out of that bird, please. $21,900 gil. No, you're in trouble. All those abilities are learned. All I do is wait for Hamida with him, because I've got nothing else. No, I don't need any of that. Alright. Save it is then. Zeltenia Castle. A heretic coming to church. Pretty bold. I have no time, so I'll ask you straight out. Why did the high priest send you to Goltana? You came to Zeltenia to ask me that? Fine, I'll tell you. My duty is to assassinate Goltana and Orlando. What? Shh, lower your voice. This is the real plan. We're trying to incite those dissatisfied with the government to revolt, thereby causing people to distrust the government even more. Both armies will try to put down the revolts, but won't have enough soldiers. Then what? They'll finish things trying to break the deadlock. All these recent revolts were the High Priest's plan, and to stop these, both armies are heading to Bethla. Everything is as you planned. Not quite yet, because during the battle, Larg and Goltana will both be killed by someone. Of course, the leaders will also be killed. Nanten's Orlando, Hokuten's Zalbag, and Daisadarg. Losing their leaders, both armies will stop fighting and turn to peace. Then the church will become the mediator, and the people will support the church entirely. They even threw in the Zodiac Brave legend. But the Zodiac Stone, right now you're the church's biggest obstacle. Aren't you trying to get the stones also? I'm not working for the church. What do you mean? It means I'll kill you if I have to. Don't worry. Our reasons may be different, but we want the same thing. As long as we want the same thing, we won't be enemies. Come with me. Sorry, I can't. She needs me. She? Thanks for playing the pronoun game. Prince or princess. It doesn't matter as long as they are easily controlled. The High Priest's plan calls for puppet government. You're just using Ovelia for your own ambitions? I don't know, but... But what? I would give my life for her. Delita? Is that strange? No, I believe you. Ramza! The church is surrounded! Come out quietly! That voice. It's Zalmo. Who? Who the fuck is Zalmo? Alright. You know what I should have? I should have set it up with Ramza in the middle, Knight, or Monk on each side of him, and then the chemists on the end. So it's a little more balanced and kind of like push forward. Oh. You're the Black Knight Hyrule. Why are you here? Now that you've seen me, I cannot let you live. Come on, Ramza. They're unknowingly part of the High Priest's plot. If you explain it well, they'll understand. Are you still so naive? Well, good luck. Defeat Zalmo. Alright. Beat up another old man. Alright. Oh, it's fine, Rambina. I have no problem with anybody being late to the stream. As far as I'm concerned, you're here. You show up in the first minute or the last minute. I'm glad you're here regardless. That. Can't throw anything. It's going to hit him in the back. Can't reach anyway. Alright, I guess everybody just waits. Oh, she might. Well, she probably won't be able to reach anyway. Figure out how to get up on that roof. It's a long way up. Protect. That's a hell of a range he's got on that. Confusion, huh? Butt punch! Hi-ya! Right in the ass. Probably not close enough for an attack, am I? Nope, no chance to hit them. Alright. At least we're finally getting up on the roof. With that, pretty sure these are going to do better. Water did a little more damage, huh? Alright. Was it more than the darkness, though? 64. Nope, that's better. Okay. Hiya! I wasn't even using a shield. Nice waste of an ability there. Pew! Do you know what you're doing? He's a top criminal. Anyone who helps him is guilty too. You, leader of the Black Knights, dare oppose the trial examiners? I know who you are. That's why I must kill you all. What? You audacious fool! Your actions will disrupt the world order and oppose God's natural providence. Are you trying to rebel against God? Disrupt the order? This order you talk about is just a matter of your own convenience. Using God as an order to control the people is absurd. You have no right to take advantage of the innocent. Pew, take that, old man. I don't care about God. I just want you to see the truth. Truth? Are you saying this is not truth? You had a chance to clear the charges in the Cardinal murder, Zodiac Stone robbery, but you blew it by running away. That proved your guilt. We've already decided you're guilty and sentenced you. It's too late to say anything. Then I guess I must fight. Oh, wait, what? Oh, the spotting. I was wondering how she's going to get that high without drugs. Gets him out of the way. Put me with a stick and ran. Pew! Take that, old man. Oh, God. Please punish the wicked. Angel ring. What are you going to do, Ramza? I had two reasons for coming to Ziltenia. One was to see you. The other is to see Count Orlando. Thunder God Cid? I want his cooperation to uncover the church's plot. How? I have strong proof that will uncover the wrongdoing. The Germanic scriptures. When I met Olan, the Count's son-in-law, he promised me if I had proof, he would stop the High Priest's conspiracy. Olan, huh? It's okay, she's one of us. Hello, baby. What's your name? Several people were sent from Muron to help me. She's one of them. Help? More like to keep an eye on you. Hey, come on. She knows everything. She's the only one we can trust in the Goltana army. You're the youngest Beowulf, Ramza, right? My name is... Oh my god. Balmafula. Balmafula. Why? Just why? Why can your name just be Betty? And what do you want? The Hokutan are moving. Is Fort Bethla the target? Count Orlando left for Bethla a while ago. Goltana's heading for Bethla along with your Black Sheep Knights. A little too late. The battle won't end. I'm not giving up. I'll persuade the Count before any more die. I guess it's goodbye, Ramza. Stay alive, Delita. You too. Shake hands, fist bump, pinky swear. You're letting him go? I know what he'll do. You even use your friends. Shut up. What do you know? I hate people like you. Hurry up and go. New places to be. Bed desert? Alright. Quick save. I need to pee and get a new water bottle, so I'll be back in just a minute. It's time for Commander Krim's video gaming trivia. Type your answers in the chat. The correct response will be revealed in 30 seconds. All right. I don't think any of my armor got broken during that last battle. Bed Desert. Weird name. They're all spread. Nice wind. Should be enough to float them around in the air for most of the day. Uh-oh. Didn't think I'd see you here. What are the Shrine Knights doing here? You said spread. What the hell did you spread? Wanna know? I guess I can tell you because there's nothing you can do now. Spill it. What did you spread? This! Pixie dust. Oh. A poison bomb. Oh, that's a bitch. That's right. I spread this to the Hokutan province. Any soldier who inhales this will be too sick to fight. Bedland Desert? Okay, that sounds better. That sounds better. Wonder why the translation didn't move over. I guess, I mean, this is still, what, late 90s Squaresoft, so they didn't really put much effort into QC on translations. Not as bad as Final Fantasy VII is. Oh my god. Or Legend of Dragoon. BMO, you know what I'm talking about. The High Priest doesn't want Goltana to win the war. That's correct. If the Hokutan can't fight their best, the Nantan will open the fortress, totally annihilating it, making it a good chance to kill Goltana and Orlando. Of course, plans are set to kill Larg in the confusion. It'll probably be easier to kill him in the confusion over the poisoning. What? You should be happy. The war will end. From now on, we'll be the center of authority, though people want that. No more of you aristocrats ruling the kingdom. I won't let that happen. I'll end the war differently. I knew you'd say that. And now I got to start this battle completely poisoned? That's a bitch. Or you know how to use JRPG? Yeah, pretty much. Defeat Bulk. Well, he needs to learn to be a better pitcher. It's a baseball joke. He's an engineer. He doesn't look like an engineer. Oh, he wasn't... God damn it. The illusion of the fucking field. God damn it. Well, I probably hit the mage. Yeah, the magic gun. I saw that. He's kind of got he's got Palmer's Mako gun from Final Fantasy VII. Damn, I'm offline by one square. Can't do anything. Wow, throwing rocks, are you? You proud of yourself? What are we in kindergarten here? Throwing stones at each other? Come on, man. Grow some balls. Sooner. Alright, well that gets two of them. If I move them both within the same square... Isuna on myself. And I can move you... Damn it, not close enough. Are you fucking joking? Fine. I have a Suna with you, but I do have antidotes. Yeah. Missed. Stupid Suna. I'm gonna walk in behind you and punch you right in the ass, quite literally. Ass punch! Excuse me, would you mind moving out of my way? Thank you. What are your plans after this war? How are you going to clean up rotten Evilise? You should know, unless you cut out the rot, the same thing happens over and over. Cutting's your only solution? Not everyone's rotten. There are many people who aren't. There should be other solutions besides war. There are no other solutions. As long as your aristocrats will be exploited. There's no such thing as equality. One side is always being exploited. Then I want to be on the exploiting side after I overthrow you. Then the same thing will repeat itself. You're only thinking of yourself. Someday you'll be overthrown by somebody else. You're being an idealistic hypocrite. So he's actually right on the money with that statement. It's called a never-ending escalation. I wonder if I can get old Apron Face over here. 1, 2, dead. Damn it! I'm not going to die in a place like this. Yeah, I think you are. I have to hurry. 19,700 gil plus an extra 5,000. What do you mean, suspicion of conspiracy? Please, obey the orders. Nonsense. Why would I be involved in a conspiracy? It's too bad, Sid. Attempting rebellion. You can't be serious. I'd never think of... I have proof. You've been secretly planning with the church to overthrow me. Nonsense. Who told you such a lie? You still deny it? Hearing of your betrayal, the High Priest notified me personally. It's the High Priest's plot. The High Priest's plot. How dare you say that? Can you prove it? I've been serving you over 20 years and you don't trust me? I cannot go to war without your knights. I am very disappointed, Sid. Take him away. Yes, Your Excellency. Continue your contact with Nurund. If we get an official edict overturning Larg will be easy. The High Priest's already decided. No need to worry. Thanks for your trouble. I will grant you command over the Nanton Knights. You will become a holy knight. I appreciate your kindness. I'm counting on you, Delita. I know I can trust you. I won't let you down. I don't think I really need to do anything else with my abilities. No. Does nobody sell guns in this game? I'd like to upgrade my Chemist's weapons. North wall or south wall? Why does it matter? Charge! Who are you? Where did you come from? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? We're not Hakuten. We're here to see Count Orlando. Present us immediately. Here to see Count Orlando? So you're the ones hired to assassinate Lord Goltana. Fool! Count Orlando has already been captured and imprisoned. But don't worry, you'll see him soon. In prison. Tatulo? Tetulo. Tetulo. Punch him in the dick! Punch him right in the dick! What the? How you? Oh God! Punch him in the dick! Punch him in the dick! Heinlein? Like Robert? Pooch! 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 Bang! No. No, no, no. Don't you revive him. No. Please miss. Please fucking miss. I hate you so much, game. Pooch! Dead. Haha! You think daughter trade as new guns? Okay, I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Monk, punch! Punch! Monk punchy. Hiya! Hiya! Didn't miss twice, did I? Oops, wrong way, but whatever. Pew! Damn it, she's still. You're gonna do it again, aren't you? And you're miss motherfucker. Throwing rocks. All I gotta do is throw some rocks. Throw in rocks. That's all I got is throw in stones. Because in my pants I have little stones. That's right, I'm talking about his balls. Punchy. Punchy. Worst back massage ever. Damn, crit. Talk the holy fuck out of him. Pew! Pew! Just you now, Ingram. I'll just come over here behind you and give you, like your buddy, a back massage. Monk style. Huh! Yeah! Son of a bitch. $297 damage. damn near more than 300 damage. We have to do something before the armies collide. What happened here? Are you okay? Pull yourself together. I'm fine. Just my head hurts. Blarg, I am the dead. Hey, get a grip. Morse fungus poison has been spread in the air. Brother! Don't worry, I'm alright. Where is His Excellency? We don't know. Here, Zalbag. Dysagarg. Oh, that was him talking. Never mind. Your Excellency! Call the chemist! His phone number is 867-5309. How do you feel? My head hurts. I feel sick. But I'll be alright. I'll feel better in a while. Once I am dead. That's a problem. What? Well, yeah, now you're definitely dead. Ugh, what is this? It's called a knife. And it's going into your abdomen. Or possibly your chest. Or maybe your dick. It's really hard to tell in the 2D sprites are like that. Brother! Quiet, Zalbag. You betraying me? The knife jabbed in your chest, stomach, penis probably gives that away. You kill Ballbanes, not only to inherit the Beowulf estate, but to kill me. He exploded in blood. Brother, no. Did you poison? Not me. It was done by the allies who want Beowulf to take center stage. Why have they? Duke Larg died in battle, but we'll carry on his will. But the plot? Just put a dagger into one of their hands. He's the assassin sent by the Nanton, all right? Ugh, I am the dead. Brother! There's lots of the dead going on around here. Here we go! In front of Bethla Garrison's Sloosh. Sluice, whatever. It's a weird word. Oh, this floodgate. If I open it and release the water, they won't be able to fight. Open water gate at Bethla Garrison. Open water gate A, Bethla Garrison. That was my objective. Open water gate A, Bethla Garrison. That's supposed to be at, I think, but they botched that one. Again, proving your point, Maine. How do I open the floodgate? Probably by pulling the levers on both sides. I think I see them. First I have to get there. Because I'm not a Jedi, I can't use the power of the Force. I'm glad you see them, because I sure as hell don't. Where are these magical switches he's talking about? Oh, I can see one, I think. I think there's one right there. Maybe. It's really hard to tell with the textures. No idea. This is where the knights are standing? Okay. Really hard to tell, but I'll take your word for it. Thank you. I was definitely going the wrong way. Fucking archers. Where's your back facing me? Good God, 169 damage. Puh. When you haste them, it really looks weird when they run in place like that. Bang! Don't miss, 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 don't miss. Fuck! That is some bullshit. Oh my God, such a limited range.
Pizza cannon loaded and ready to throw.
Hey Josh, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Auto push on. Auto push on. Let's get rid of this fast running mage here. Hatoosh! Fuck. I'm alright, Josh. Thanks for asking. HP restore. Better. I'm out of range. Of course I am. But not out of range? Yes, I am. Alright. Well, I'm sure glad I moved. Why is 67% chance? course I can't use it there. Auto potion? Damn. Oh my god, lick a dick. I can't reach him. I can't fucking reach him. Okay. He got shot and he gained guild. Okay, that's a do-over. That's a do-over. That's a do-over. That's a do-over. That's just nothing but a good old-fashioned mulligan because fuck you in the asshole game. Yeah, exactly. The titty itches. Hold on.
Beams.
Boobs. Fuck. Guarded. Pooch. Double pooch. Wow, nice. Bang! Haha, gotcha. Bang! Gotcha. Double punch. I almost killed you, but you had to block the first one because you a dick. Leon. Yeah, Comet knocked over my damn basket. He already pulled over my green screen tonight, which pissed me the hell off. Double pooch. God damn it. Wait, what? Got rid of you. %. That's gotta hit, right? 84. Shit, she's charmed. What's she gonna do? Oh, revive the Black Mage. Yeah, that's a great idea. And this is not going to miss because it never does. When the AI uses it, of course. Me. Put me right in the diddle hole. Pooch! Pooch! Oh my fucking god! Come on, Lulu, snap out of it. Nice. That's right. Fall in the water and drown. Like a bitch you are. Fuck. Fucking shit. Oh my god, this dude has like perfect guard. What the fuck? It doesn't matter. I can't get her up. These knights that are guarding the fucking switches have perfect defense. Perfect. It's like, what in the shit? How can you guard so many fucking times? Not really a rough fight. It's just a dude I can't punch him because he keeps guarding perfectly every time. I don't have any magic. Not without putting a mage in here or something. I mean, I could if I change one of my chemists to mage, probably. If I can just find a way to get behind him. But he still blocks that even then. And they never move from those spots. Gets rid of that mage. I guess we're softening them up a little bit. Well, this is inconvenient. At least he moved. Of course, you fucking cocklick. Oh, nice. She guarded. Good job. Right in the dick. Right in the dick. There we go. They got rid of him. Now it's just the guys guarding the sluice gates next. That's all that's left. There we go. Crystal helmet. Oh, interesting. I gotta wait for those bodies to disappear before I can do anything. Jade armlet, yay. Nothing here that I use. Or that I can use. Yoink. Finally. That was ridiculous. Father! Father, you're safe. Yes, I'm fine. You must be Ramza. You've grown. I recognized you. You know me? Of course. It's no wonder you don't remember me. You were only 3 or 4 years old when I last saw you. You were almost hurt trying to hold my sword. Your father scolded you and you cried. Ha ha ha. Thank you for coming. Both of you can relax now. There were minimal losses from both sides. Thanks to Ramza, we were able to avoid all-out war. Is that so? Balbane sure has a fine son. Let me thank you on behalf of everyone, Ramza. No need for thanks. I only did what was natural. You've inherited Balbane's soul. He should be pleased. With your permission, Goltana's planning to kill you tomorrow. Please escape. Father, what she says is true. For now, let's... I know. I can't stay here while Goltana's like that. Olan, my son, this battle will end soon. I'll go with him. I must stop the High Priest no matter what. Father, I'll go with you. No, you must return to Zeltenia and protect Ovelia. Ovelia is the rightful heir to the throne of the kingdom. It is your duty to protect her. Do you understand? Yes. All right, Ramza. Of course. Then let's go before someone sees us. Sure. I'm actually completely full. Hope that was the right choice. I did it. What's this? Who opened the floodgate? Yes, Your Excellency. Gather the soldiers and attack the Hokutan. We can't even move because of the water. Neither can they, and that's our edge. Now is our chance to make them think we won't attack. We must move now. That's not a good idea. What? Oh, shit. Oh, you. Nobody wants you to be king. Well, you are the dead. Lita just killing everybody left, right, and sideways. Come in. The water's fine. You understand your death won't be a waste. Everything's guided by the will of Saint Ajora. Huh. Well, Sid isn't going to be a party member in this game. The real Sid and Ramza have escaped. Good. Pray that Ramza will take care of the rest. Or at least that Sid's dead, whatever. Having lost their leaders, the high priest proposed a mediator for the armies. Oh my god, why does this have to be so slow? But since they were both still strong, they refused. I headed for Limberry, looking for... They didn't put a space in there. Looking for Alma. Limberry, Poescus, Germanus Peak, Zargitas Trading City. Alright, well, let me drop a save here. And Mambina said that the trading post, what was it called? Dorter, would have guns. You don't like how they made the game? What do you mean, Josh? Head back to Dorter and see if I can't get a couple of guns for my chemists. Oh yeah, as far as that part of the dialogue there, I even went into the settings and like sped up the dialogue speed, and that particular like storytelling thing always goes like ridiculously slow. I don't get why they do that. I don't know why it isn't matched up to the speed of the rest of the text, like the regular dialogue. I mean, who reads that slowly? I mean, beyond something like ridiculous, or an extreme, like someone with severe mental illness. But who reads that slowly? Fucking shit. Goddamn archers. You're telling me, oh my god, again, the angle of the camera! Fucking hell! I thought I was right next to him. God damn it. $200 fucking damage. You shot me, now I'm gonna punch you in the ass. Literally. Right? I'm gonna fist you right in your ass. Oh. Instead, this game is deciding to fist me in the ass with its RNG. You've got to be shitting me. %67 chance to hit with a healing magic. Revive magic. Which is fucking stupid. This is a joke, right? This is a joke. There is no way that 2 revival spells missed back to back. That isn't just what happened. It isn't. That's not what just happened. There's no fucking way. Fuck off! Okay, I saved before I went into this battle, and I'm okay. That's it. That's it. I'm good. I'm good. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. That's enough of this game for the night. I'm done. There's nothing but bullshit happened there. I'm done with this. I am totally done with this. Totally done. Totally done. Totally done. Done. We're done. That's enough of that for now. We're done. Let's raid Garnet. She's playing Nier Automata. So let's make this official. As always, special appreciation goes out to the men and women of the United States military, both at home and overseas, as well as police officers and firefighters across the country. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. You're all true heroes. Let Garnet know that I sent you a hashtag, Commander Raid. I don't know why it's so small up there, but send her that. And I will see you all on. Yeah, I'm done. This game's pissed me off enough tonight. I'll be back on Saturday, noon, U.S. Central Time, where we continue this, and hopefully the RNG won't fuck me in the ass as bad as it did tonight. Yeah. So, until then, have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.